Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. I don't wanna understand, I just want you to come and take my hand. Required color of a blue lotus flower or sapphire, sweeter than the sweet city of attractive attire. Where's my solar show? This is my only supplier. Smile like the moonlight, yes, bright blazing. The gopi's happiness constantly generated. Yellow garments, flower garlands decorated. There is a stumble in my step, it seems I'm medicated. Floating like a satellite, but so grounded as we dance in the dead of the night. Eyes restless, but you never left my sight. You're just for me, this ecstasy is the green light. As I cruise, your effulgence is the street light. Not satiated, but yeah, I'm satisfied. The mountains on your pinky, it's alright to just receive, no need to put up a fight. I don't wanna understand, I just want you to come and take my hand.
Appearance, the holy name rings and there ain't no interference. 32 syllables, the bird speaks. Friend of the fallen and the strength of the weak. The one I see keep me running through the pasture. Cow, her child, come faster. Put the name on my tongue, then I watch kingdom come as I fall at the feet of my master. Right there, oh, what can I say to the Lord and the gopis I pray? Just like Nitagoranga, the rain and the thunder, I run through the streets, so what spell am I under? Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Radhe Govinda, Radhe Shama. Tell them all that you I honor, yeah. Tell them all that you I honor.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Now I don't wanna understand, I just want you to come and take my hand. How we do. It's just for you. Just at the right pace, with just the right embrace. Feeling it from all directions, feeling the heart with that sacred sound vibration. Come on, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. It's just for you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, it's just for you. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us here on Bring Me to Life Radio. My name is Silaman, and I'm very happy and honored to be here with you on this day. On this episode, we are going to be playing some uplifting music. We will have an episode on Through the Eyes of the Angels on Shamanism, Elementals, and Earth-Based Spirituality, followed by Papadosio Music Hour, a variety music hour, and then a talk with Dr. Wayne Dyer on the art of on mastering the art of manifesting, a speech that he did at Wanderlust. And then after that, we will end the broadcast with a meditation. So thank you all for joining us. We appreciate it and enjoy.
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of that, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
This is Mateo Monk, and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Every day, another tragedy in the news. It makes me say, Lord, the world has really got the blues. It's enough to drive you crazy. No time to lose your mind. A thunder in the distance. It's just the ticking of the hands of time. Just a tombstone crumbling. The material age slowly succumbing to the wild flowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, just a relic of a bygone age. Slowly succumbing to the wild flowers and sage. I felt like an outlaw ever since I was a child. I didn't fit at all. They were tame, but I was wild. This concrete jungle, you know it's not my world at all. It's a toxic bungle, and I would not wait to see it fall. Just a tombstone crumbling, the end of the material age. Slowly succumbing, flowers and sage, a tombstone crumbling, a relic of a bygone age. Slowly succumbing to the wild flowers and sage. We are the wild flowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. Must crack for a seed to find its way to the sun. Just step back. It's okay to still have fun. If this world is a prison, we are the flowers growing through the bars. 'Cause we never listened when the
said we couldn't reach the stars, just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, just a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. Hey, 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 yeah, yeah.
What does it mean to be alive on the planet at this time, in these bodies, creating heaven on earth?
What does it mean to face the unknown with courage? Lion heart, eyes fixed towards the heavens, hands low to the ground, soul knows no pretending, rainbow medicine, resurrect all my brethren, and this is the time, so no longer forgetting. Some say time is illusion, but the time is now, so we rise, revolution, dreams come to fruition, mind focused towards solutions, the heart of a movement, spark the sound of a roar in our souls, the more that we grow, lift each other up to the places unknown, awaiting our thrones in the zone where we claim our home, where we claim our home.
Playful, humble, fierce, devoured in this moment. Claim your power. Hey, hey. I will meet you. I will meet you. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you. I will meet you. Yeah. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth, heaven on earth is here and now. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Can you feel it now?
Royal in our nature, don't let the pain separate ya. Don't forget the strain is like fire that forges swords. So we cut through illusion and raise the force, raise the bar. Reach for source as our blood courses with vital essence. As we take this breath in and receive this message, the speakers blast, so peep the method. Blessings are hidden within every lesson. No more stressing as we get stretched by the essence of love's caressing. Like a griffith, cause we're rising like lions with wings we're gifted. Find ourselves in these times uplifted, veils thinning as we arrive in the space of unified missions. Unified mission, one mission, listen.
Playful, humble, fierce, devoured in this moment. Claim your power.
Claim your power now.
Yeah. Playful, humble, fierce, devoured in this moment. Claim your power. Yeah. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you. I will meet you. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you. I will meet you.
Heaven, heaven. Heaven on earth is here and now.
Heaven on earth.
Heaven on earth.
Heaven on earth.
Can you feel it now? Heaven on earth, heaven on earth, open the door to your rebirth. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth, open the door to your rebirth. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth, open the door to your rebirth. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth, open the door to your rebirth. I'll meet you.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you, yeah.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you. I'll meet you. I'll meet you. I'll meet you. I'll meet you.
I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. Lion heart, eyes fixed towards the heaven.
Shabbat Shalom, Holy way of the Most High. Om Shabbat Shalom, I sense your presence. Om Shabbat Shalom, Holy way of the Most High. Om Shabbat Shalom, I sense your presence. I sense your presence. I am the light within your soul, in the essence of truth and right. Love makes the circle whole, and here we stand in line, waiting for some sacred sign. But to find a balance is the purpose of this time. Restore the balance of the universal mind. And in the presence of my Lord of light and love, everything I find in tune with the divine. And when I call to thee, come on bended knee, surrender to the all-pervading light and love. Reflections of the one surrounding me with love. And I sense your presence. I sense your presence. I sense your presence. I sense your presence. Within and without, above and below, yeah. East, west, north and south, I sense your presence. without anything below and above, yeah. East, west, north and south, I sense your presence. I sense your presence. In the presence of my Lord of light and love, everything I see aspiring to be free. And when I call to thee, come on bended knee, surrender to the all-pervading light and love. Reflections of the one surrounding me with love. And I am the life within my soul, in the essence of truth and right. Love makes the circle whole. And here we stand in line, waiting for some sacred sign. But to find the balance is the purpose of this time. To restore the balance of the universal mind. Om Shabbat Shalom, Holy way of the Most High. Om Shabbat Shalom, I sense your presence. Om Shabbat Shalom, Holy Angel of the Most High. Om Shabbat Shalom, I sense your presence. I sense your presence.
We will never back down. Do what you want, but we'll never back down. We'll scream and we'll fall and we'll yell and we'll shout. We'll let them know that we'll never back down. This is why we will never back down. Do what you want, but we'll never back down. We'll scream and we'll call and we'll yell and we'll shout. We'll let them know that we'll never back down.
I know you heard words, but how many heard actually what I'm saying? Babylon burns as we proceed to find shelter from the rain. Basic needs, eat and breathe, minus the strain. Why focusing on stains? Nurture what the seed contains. Ruthlessness in your compassionate actions. Imagine your universe and make it happen. Your power in practice, get your surface cracking, cracking, cracking.
This is why we will never back down. Do what you want, but we'll never back down. We'll scream and we'll call and we'll yell and we'll shout.
right through the cracks of the walls. As we get it in, take a rinse as water begins to fall. Straight from the source we deliver, focused like the banks of the river. As we float downstream, in flow but in action. Ruthlessness in your compassionate actions. Imagine your universe and make it happen. Your power and practice, get your service cracking, 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 cracking.
I'll never back down. Never back down. I'll never back
Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day, yeah, that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, getting better and better, yeah. Feeling strong, feeling healthy and grateful. Sipping coffee, having talks with Creator. Singing praise for the blessings in the universe. Giving love to my beautiful Mother Earth. Dying every night and waking up to rebirth. It's your birthday, what you wanna do first? Sip some agua and satisfy your deep thirst. Greet the sun, wondering what I'm really worth. Can this body mind merge with the space and time? Heard that the mold guys are moving our timelines into something that's a bit more harmonious. Right now is a big metamorphosis. Coupon and a half metamorphosis. Walking on the planet from the stars and the oceans. So keep your eyes peeled, pineals getting healed. This is time that the secrets get revealed. Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, getting better and better. Feeling good, feeling love, feeling beautiful. Feeling wind on the back of an eagle. Big spirit guiding us to a people. Standing up strong and tall like a tippy pole. Expecting miracles, magical visuals. Passion, the planet, one family, all equals. Healing waters and the medicine of knowledge. New sunlight with extra wattage. How I love you and all your pretty perfumes. All we wanna do is play you some good tunes. That's the best we express our gratitude. And it's intentional, so let it all be possible. Pass the ball, y'all, let the prayer snowball. Till this all reggae-diggy paradigm falls. What goes up always evolves. And revolves involves all your in-laws. All our relatives from minerals to mammoths. We're the planets, so plant some plants, kid. Didn't plan it, but it's still gonna happen. That's the satisfaction of attraction. There's some laws to a cause and affection. Positive reference, powerful reverence. And you don't get a break for 1 second. Magnetic, forever connected. Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, get better and better.
Each and every one of us has an unlimited inner wellspring of spiritual power. You have the ability to transform, create, and heal anything upon which you set your heart and mind. Join me, Sarah Hall, as we learn how to uplift all aspects of your life through spiritual empowerment. Enjoy weekly guided meditations, spiritual discussions on a multitude of topics, and a chance to call in to receive channeled messages from the angels on your spiritual journey. I'm Sarah Hall, and this is Through the Eyes of the Angels. Hi everyone, and welcome to Through the Eyes of the Angels. I'm Sarah Hall, and today we're going to be discussing shamanism, elementals, and earth-based spirituality. Mother Earth is an ancient and powerful being. She is loving, incredibly wise, and a deep wealth of healing power. Nature is just so rich in spiritual energy and diversely inhabited by spiritual beings. Today we're going to be discussing a particular realm of these spiritual beings who inhabit nature, known as the elementals. The elementals include beings we've all heard of and who are recognized by different names throughout the world in almost every culture, including fairies, merpeople, gnomes, spirits, elves, divas, kami, and so forth. So many different names and cultures where they're present. These spiritual beings are very real and have had a relationship with human beings throughout our history. Communicating with these spirits and connecting with them is something that we've done for so long, and that relationship with human beings throughout history is very, very valuable to us. It's an age-old practice that has brought people rich wisdom, healing, and cultural traditions all over the world. One of the practices through which we can access the spiritual realms of nature is known as shamanism. Shamanism is an earth-based spiritual modality that has been practiced for thousands of years on every continent of the world and offers us an incredibly powerful and immersive means of delving into the spirit realm and connecting with spiritual guides, power animals, and yes, even the elementals. So today I am so excited to be joined by special guest Felicia Armstrong. Felicia is a lifelong intuitive, psychic channel, and fairy communicator who works as a shamanic guide, intuitive reader, and she is the force behind Enchanted Apothecary, an all-natural skincare line that Felicia developed with the help of channeled messages from the elementals. Felicia is going to be sharing some of her wisdom with us today, so join me in welcoming her to the show. Hi, Felicia. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Great. It's so great to have you. So I just wanted to start by asking, you have such an amazing connection with the spirit world, and I wanted to know, what is your background in spirituality? Could you tell us a little bit more about your path and why you do what you do?
Absolutely. So I would say that I was very lucky as a child to have had a parent who was open-minded and really allowed me to explore the spiritual experiences that I began having at a very early age. And as I got older, I always felt very resonant to earth-based spirituality. And I finally kind of was able to find my path, which I call a shamanic path. And I do this because it resonates just so deeply to my soul. It's a spiritual practice that has been life-altering for me, and it's incredibly empowering since it's a path of direct revelation. It's not something that you have to look for others for answers for. This is something that you're able to foster on your own by creating these deep, loving relationships with helping spirits that really want to guide you on your path. And I love the fact, too, that anyone can do this. It really just takes dedication and developing these relationships with the helping spirits. And like you said earlier, shamanism is one of the oldest spiritual practices, which I feel is for the reason that it works. You know, this can be a way for anyone, and you'll see results from it. even if it's just used for yourself, it really kind of creates a more peaceful and harmonious life.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my gosh, I loved what you said about us getting direct experiences.
Yes.
I think that that's so important because so much of religion that you see kind of creates
Right.
a separation between the individual and directly experiencing their spirituality. So that's just so amazing.
I feel that way too. It's so empowering to be able to figure it out for yourself and to have that.
Yes. So there are so many different varieties of shamanism, as it is something that's existed across many world cultures over thousands of years. And since you are a shamanic guide, I would love to know what your sort of Reader's Digest definition of shamanism is, and what do shamans do?
Perfect. So I experience shamanism not as a religion, but as an earth-based spiritual practice. And the reason for this is, to me, from what I have done and from working with so many clients, I see that you really do talk to so many different types of helping spirits, gods and goddesses. It's kind of like the spiritual modality that's open for everyone. You know, you can see Buddha, you can talk to Jesus, you can speak with the elementals. And I love that about it because it's so non-limiting in that way. And I say that a shaman is one who sees in the dark. So somebody that can see into different realities, into different worlds. And they use the relationship with helping spirits not only to heal themselves and to find direction for themselves, but to do this for their communities, for the earth, and all of its inhabitants. And because shamans are not limited by space and time, they can basically do anything of a spiritual nature. I remember learning that traditional Native American shaman would use this practice even to find out where buffalo were, and then they would then send their hunters to these places, and they'd always ask the helping spirits too how many they were allowed to take. And I just think that's beautiful to have so much reverence for the land and for the animals. And now we can use this to heal ourselves, to discover our career paths, even what foods to eat. I mean, it's really unlimited.
Wow, that's amazing. I loved what you said about a shaman as someone who sees in the dark. I think that's just such a powerful statement that is so cool. So I'm curious, how did you get into the practice of shamanism? And you mentioned some of the ways that it helps people too. How have you had any experiences with seeing some healing, progress in any of the people that you've worked with? How does it help people?
So I guess one of the really cool ways that I have seen it help people is from doing what's called soul retrieval. And soul loss is something that happens at so many times during somebody's life when there's trauma going on. And it's the job of a shaman to go and retrieve what are called lost soul parts and reintegrate them back into the spiritual body and then to the physical. And from doing this, I can't talk enough and speak highly enough of the results that I've seen with people. I remember having a client who told me that after she had a soul retrieval, she felt like she could see color for the first time and like actually physically see the world because she felt so much more grounded and in tune and in her body and was able to fully experience her life. And that was just incredible for me. I mean, I have chills talking about it. And it's I'm just the channel. I'm a hollow bone, and I'm here to bring the healing through. So the way that I kind of got into it is I feel like I've always had just such a strong connection to the earth. As a child, I spent all of my days outside. I remember making what I called potions out of flowers and plants that I found in nature.
Wow.
And I would use rocks to grind them together, and I always felt it had like a magical property. And it's funny because it's exactly what I do now. I'm making skincare, just do it in
Wow.
the kitchen.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I just like innately knew that nature had just incredible power. And then I was fortunate enough as I got older to be divinely led to a teacher who taught me the principles of shamanism and how to journey. And I immediately knew this was life-changing for me and that I could help others with it as well as myself. And a shaman will see any type of illness, whether it be mental, physical, emotional, as having a spiritual root or cause. And then they're able to go into these alternate realities and heal these. So it can really help people with anything. There aren't limits to it.
Yes, that's absolutely amazing. I love your sharing how you got into it, and I think that from what I've seen over my path as well, that people are drawn to shamanism when they are really supposed to have it in their lives.
Yes.
And I wanted to share a quick little story because you reminded me of it, but I had the craziest synchronicity when I was about, I think, 18 or 19 years old. I was going to school, and I lived in one of those co-op houses for college students in Ann Arbor. And I was looking at the bulletin board one day, and I saw a flyer for Kundalini Yoga, which I had heard about. I'd heard about from many different people, many different places. And I was like, oh, I totally want to try that. It said free Kundalini Yoga, 7:30 p.m. Here's the location. And so I was all excited, and I showed up for what I thought was going to be Kundalini Yoga. I got into the room, and there's a group of people sitting in a circle, and I sat down, and everybody's introducing themselves and everything. And I said, oh, I'm Sarah. I'm just interested in Kundalini, and I've never done it before. They were like, Kundalini Yoga? This is a shamanic journey group.
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
And then they said, this is crazy. They said, we've never before made a flyer for our group. We've been practicing in the same spot, time, day, location for the past 15 years, and there's never been a Kundalini Yoga class here before.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't know how the universe did it, but it gave me a flyer for something that I was interested in. I wouldn't have gone if it had said shamanism, because I might not have known about it.
That's incredible.
But I showed up and I started practicing the journeys, and you're right, the journeys are absolutely amazing. It's a lot like, I like to describe it to some people like going into a lucid dream sort of experience, right, or something like that. Some people get visuals, some people seem not to,
yes,
just depending on who you are. But it just harkens back to what you said before, that it's something that is so accessible to, yes, anybody. You can practice one of these, and it is incredibly eye-opening as to your own spiritual power to see and communicate with spirit.
Right. And you'll find your own way. Everybody will do it, like you said. Some people see, some people hear, and some people just know. And not being attached to your way is perfect, because you'll get it in the way that works for you the best.
Yes, absolutely. I think that it's amazing. So I wanted to talk about the nature aspect of it, because today we are talking about all the earth-based modes of connecting spiritually. And I know that shamanism is a practice that can really deeply connect us with the spiritual forces of nature. And I know that connecting with nature has been a big influencer for both our paths. So yes, I wanted to ask you, what value do you think there is for us in connecting with nature spiritually in general?
Well, I feel like, we're divine beings, but we're also children of the earth. So we kind of have that duality, but it's the same thing, So especially in our culture, I feel like we've got kind of out of tune with nature and her cycles, because we're so busy with, our regular lives that we tend to forget about these things. And our ancestors really did things like planting crops according to the moon cycles. They worked in harmony with the cycles of nature and the seasons. They knew when, to follow the cycles of nature to become more balanced and more peaceful beings. And I feel that's what most of us are looking for. We want harmony in our lives. We want peace. We want to feel calm. And that's what nature brings. The earth gives us everything that we need. It has, everything we eat, how we build our houses, how we make our clothing. So to have bright futures, I feel like it's just imperative that we start to live in harmony with nature, and nature's ready for it.
Yes, absolutely. I think that might even be like one of the things that that humanity might need the most
right,
at this time in our world and our evolution as a species, because you're right, our modern living does make us in a way disconnected from nature. And nature is, it's this incredible wellspring of support and power, and it's a force that is never separate from the overall flow of divine harmony in the entire universe as a whole. Nature doesn't resist the flow of source, of God. It's just all flowing in that same kind of current of harmony. And I think that for us, when we spend time in nature, we naturally start to flow in that same rhythm. Our bodies are pieces of the earth. So we get into the earth, and it's like putting a droplet of water back into a stream. It flows in the same direction as the rest of the current, and we begin to start to let go of maybe our stress. We start to heal just a little bit, and yes, learn about how to live more harmoniously and happy with our environment and with one another too. So yeah, I think it's one of the most important things, and having a spiritual connection to the earth is, I think, one of the most intimate kind of windows that you can have into that power. So yeah.
Exactly. Beautiful. That's exactly what I would say too. I love the water in the stream because it's, we're all connected, and that's exactly what it's like.
Yes. So for people that maybe want to connect a little bit more with the spiritual energy in nature, how would you suggest that people begin tapping into that spiritual power?
Well, it's like you said, nature is spiritual. This is what's real. It's not what we do every day, the mundane things that we do. Getting outside is our reality. So I tell people a lot of the time in readings too, just go outside. How much better do we feel after just taking a walk? And when people are stressed out, this is usually the first place they head to. It's outdoors, and that's for a reason. And I feel like as beings of the earth, we're able to ground ourselves in nature and really begin to kind of gather our strength back and feel what it's like to actually be us and not separate. And honoring the cycles of nature, it's a fact that the full moon creates an energetic surge that causes people to behave in very interesting ways.
Yes, absolutely.
So perhaps, starting to pay attention to the cycles of the moon and doing things according to this, it'll really create more flow in our lives. Instead of fighting against what naturally is, just kind of, following that rhythm. And the more time spent outside, the more things you do to honor the earth, like using natural products, eating organically, recycling, you really begin to make way in your life for the elemental spirits to more easily connect with you by doing all of these things.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I loved especially what you said about nature being the true reality for us.
Right.
I think that is so true, and I've been really taking nature as such a safe, calm haven lately in the all of the wake of everything that's happening politically right now with the election.
Yes, everybody go outside.
Yes, go outside, unplug, get in the quiet, and just let it all go, because in the end, Mother Earth really is one of the most important things in determining our relationship with one another and how our species will go on and how our civilization needs to go. So I think that nature is the true reality, and it can be so incredibly healing and inspiring, I guess, to feel that and know that. Which it's so interesting too. We were talking about a moment ago about how we've got these modern lives, and in our modern lives we are a little bit disconnected, some of us, from the regular flow and the cycle of nature. And I was thinking in the context of, the election and just all the big crazy changes that are going on in this world right now, so many spiritual people have been talking about there's a return of divine feminine. You just got me thinking about this, because getting connected with the earth, and you're talking about flow and cycles, it does connect us with the more feminine energy side of life and of spirituality. And honestly, I think that our election, our political situation is, and all the changes going on are filled with a lot of seeming turbulence. I really believe that we're crossing a bridge right now, and that it's representative of us moving into maybe a little bit more of a feminine, empowered, or balanced reality once we're done, hopefully, purging out some of the fear. So
I fully see that too. That's such a great point. And I mean, we're obviously moving in that direction. So it's something that I think if we can kind of all get back and really just in touch with ourselves, and not be deluded by, the things that we're seeing or hearing, and really just find ourselves again, and become, like you said, in touch with the divine feminine. That's going to just lead to just overall healing for everybody.
Yes, I think that's such an important message for people to remember and to hear right now. So I'm glad we're all together thinking about that. Yes. So I wanted to go back to the elementals for a little bit, because I think that, there are past ages in our human civilization in which people were a little bit more aware of them or looked to more commonly commune with them and things like that. And I want to know, since you are an elemental communicator, how did you first begin connecting with the elementals?
So I would definitely say this is one that I started doing as a child, and I think everybody does. I think we all come in just being able to connect with all these beautiful spiritual energies, and unfortunately, and I know I've heard you say this too, along the way that kind of starts to go away just from programming we have from adults around us and getting into mainstream society.
Yes.
So when I was a kid, I spent, again, all my time outside. I was constantly being looked for by my parents. Where'd you go? And I was always outside. And I remember seeing just sparkly white images constantly out of the corner of my eye and trying to chase after them. And of course, never finding anything. But I knew I was seeing something that was sacred. And I never really questioned the fact that fairies existed or that elementals were real. It was just kind of an innate knowing and understanding that I had. And when I began to get older, I remember walking around a beach one evening and just kind of connecting with nature and looking into the trees and seeing these beings. And I was so just amazed and in awe. And they looked just to me like little old men with long hair, longer noses. And I knew they weren't people. And I heard my guides say that they were elementals. And I was told that they were called the guardians. And I asked what that meant. And they said that they were guardians of the trees and they were there to protect the earth. So I just kind of started to open up, as I got older and see all of these different types of elementals that there are. And then when I began to learn to shamanically journey, that's when I was really able to develop a very deep connection with this realm.
Wow, that's amazing. I love that story about being able to see them in the trees. That's just incredible.
It was so, I remember I was with, who's now my husband at the time, and I was like, do you see this? And he can see it also, and we were both seeing the same thing, and it was just something we hadn't experienced before, and just felt so lucky, and it's just such an honoring thing to know that, you have access to that, which we all do, and they're there to help.
That's so amazing. And I know a lot of people do experience seeing the sparkles out of the corner of our eyes and things like that. I've experienced that my whole life, and I've talked to so many clients who will ask me, what does that mean? Or what does this color mean? I'm seeing purple or white sparkles out of the corner of my eye. And you've got the ability to see these, these spiritual beings when you see these things. And I think you had such a great reaction to it and saying, you know what, I saw it. I decided to open myself up to it even more and accept it. And that's probably good advice for how all of us can start to open up a little bit more and begin seeing, is holding the intention to, being willing, and just allowing it to happen.
Yeah, I really think it's all about, not believing just the things that you hear. It's really about experiencing it. And if you experience it, not doubting that experience, knowing that you saw something and letting yourself sit with it and feel what it is, rather than, trying to find it out from someone else, and just empowering yourself and figuring it out.
Yes. Yeah, I think that would be such an amazing step for so many that I've talked to and work with who are so interested in getting connected with the elementals. And since we've been talking a lot about, modern life versus, connecting with nature and things like that, do you think that there is a spiritual purpose in human beings now working with elementals? And I guess if so, what would that be? How can they help us and teach us now?
So I definitely do. And from what I hear from the elementals, they're really rooting for us. They want us to live well. That's what I hear all the time. They want us to grow and expand. And they say that they can teach us so much about how to live in harmony with nature rather than against her. And that's what we've really been talking about the whole time. It's everything for humans. It's our health. It's our happiness. They want to teach us about balance and how to live full, healthy lives. They really want us to evolve, and they know that we need harmony with the earth to continue in a positive way. They also told me that we really need to start paying attention. And I'm getting this guidance, of course, specifically too, because I do make skincare and I am into the more natural things that you put on your body. But they said that we have to watch what we're putting in and on our bodies. And that's something that's becoming increasingly important because we want to make sure in the long run that as humans, they said that our DNA remains intact and it doesn't change or go into something that it shouldn't be, and that we can continue on a higher consciousness and spiritual evolution. So really paying attention to that, and that's what they want to help with. And I think so many people are waking up right now. That's why we have so many beautiful natural skincare lines, and we have so many people that are going back into farming, and there are a lot of people getting in touch with the earth. So the elementals are happy about that, and they're really here to work with us with that.
Yes. Oh my gosh. It's so amazing. You have such a beautiful, hopeful, happy message from them. And I love that.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. And there's evidence of it too, really. I mean, you see the way that there has been such a huge surge in people demanding more natural products out in the world, more organic eating.
Mm-hmm. It's incredible.
It's amazing. And it just, I mean, I started experimenting with vegetarianism and veganism about 10 years ago. And just in the last even 5 years, there's been an explosion of all the different kinds of natural eating, natural cleaning products for your house, natural skin and hygiene care products and things like that. And I think that is such a sign of hope for all of us because
it is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right that it's something that can positively affect our evolution, and it's to protect our DNA. I got chills when you said that because I've gotten the exact same message.
Oh, perfect.
Yes. I remember it was maybe about a year ago, and I was meditating and trying to connect with Mother Earth, and I received a message just straight from Mother Earth, and she was telling us that it's so important that we get GMOs, for example, out of our systems, and to just embrace more natural way of living on every single front because it's for our health. It's so that we will continue to thrive. So
it's incredible. And I think it's one of the things too that you don't really realize what an impact it has on you until you make the shift. I remember before, years ago when I would wear like artificial perfumes and I ate whatever, I didn't know that I felt so bad until I really started to stop. And I would go near somebody that wore an artificial perfume and it would cause such a terrible reaction in my body. And it took a lot of just that to really see what was going on. So I always say to people, I just suggest just giving it a break, stopping with the artificial chemicals that you use, start eating better, and just watch what happens. That's all you need to do is just see how you feel after, and you will make a change.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's such a great testimony for how that change can affect us. And I've also experienced it myself. I've found that as soon as I got all the chemicals and parabens and phthalates and sulfates and things like that out of my products, I started feeling so different, so much better, and eating more pure, I started to feel so much better. And it's interesting because I've noticed that I really believe all of us need this, but those who seem to be on a spiritual path or who consider themselves to be spiritually sensitive feel like it's more important than ever to start.
That's a great point. That is so true. I always say, if I could be sensitive to anything, like I will be the person that is.
Me too.
Yes, of course. And it's, because again, we are more sensitive by nature, but it is something that can be cultivated and learned for anybody. Just once you start becoming in touch, it's kind of a side effect, and it's a good thing because it's like your spiritual barometer, telling you what's good for you and what isn't.
Yes, absolutely. And it's a sign too. I think that there's more of us kind of moving over into that because there's a shift going on right now. I think that there's more and more people that are kind of awakening to a spiritual path and to a sense of purpose with the collective shift that's going on, and it's naturally attuning us to know or feel or understand what is in harmony with the earth and with one another, and the things that aren't. And we find that we're less tolerant to the things that aren't. So
exactly.
Yeah. Now I have to say, for everybody listening, I have to tell you, Felicia's skincare line, Enchanted Apothecary, is amazing.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. Everything she makes smells absolutely heavenly, and it feels so great on your skin. And the thing I like best about it is that it is all natural. So if you are physically or spiritually sensitive like I am, I know that, like me, you're probably out there looking for the natural products for your body. So Felicia, I'd love for you to tell us a little bit more about your skincare line and what was the inspiration behind Enchanted Apothecary.
Well, the inspiration was definitely the forest and the realm of the fae. I first journeyed years ago, and the first place that I was brought to was the realm of the fae. And it was so incredible for me. I was immediately shown which ingredients to kind of start to use and what were to be in the Enchanted Apothecary products. And then they began to gift me with recipes, and I started to make these things, and, you know, of course they worked, and it was just incredible. They told me, I remember one of the first times was to use jasmine flowers. And I saw fairies kind of flying around these flowers, and they started to show me that the jasmine flowers bloom at night, so they contain the moon's restorative essence. Wow. And so I created a facial moisturizer called Moon Essence. And then I was shown, as the second part of it, to put earth crystals into each product, and that would charge them with the specific energies that each crystal has. So Moon Essence was given a moonstone. Wow. To nourish the skin, yeah. And then also increasing its hydration while increasing your intuitive abilities too. So each ingredient was shown to me in a specific way, not just for the incredible therapeutic properties, but for its vibration and also its spiritual energy.
Wow, I think it's so magical and amazing that you've incorporated spiritual work into this. And I think that that is an incredibly kind of cutting edge thing. I think that, you know, as we were talking about before, there's such a growing market or need or desire out there for people to connect more with things that are natural, but also things that can enhance our lives as a whole, to connect us with our spirituality and things like that. So having something that has an intention in it like that, I think that that's amazing, and it's very, very empowering.
Thank you so much. You know, I feel like we're all meant to show up in a spiritual way, and of course it's all different. And for me, you know, my way is to be a shamanic practitioner, an intuitive guide. And also the other way I was meant to show up was to bring this forward. And it's incredibly honored. It's just such an incredible experience for me. I can't talk enough about it. And I know that we all have, you know, our specific spiritual purposes. So I just encourage everybody, you know, try to find that. Find that for yourself. It's life altering, and you can do so much for yourself and the collective with your gifts.
Yes, and I think that with the shift that's going on right now, following our passion to find our true calling and to find our gifts is what the world needs the most.
Yes.
The world doesn't need another person that feels unsatisfied having some kind of a job they don't really identify with. It needs those of us who are on our purpose and just going for it. And I've just seen so many times that when we take a leap of faith and we do that, the universe catches us, and law of attraction helps to eventually help, you know, create the support that you need so that you can do your passion, you can do your life purpose, and make a living as well. So
yeah, that's an incredible point. If you're meant to do something and you're spiritually called to do it, the universe will support you in it. I mean, there's no doubts. Things will open up for you. Your path will be wide open. You just have to continue to follow the guidance you're getting and follow that path, and it'll be there.
Yes, and that's something that can be so personally empowering for anybody, whether you're in the middle of already following your path or maybe you're just starting out with trying to find it, that you have a voice and a say in how the world is working by the things that you do to yourself and in your own life. So I know that there's been a lot of turbulence lately, again, with the socio-political climate out there and things like that.
Right.
So yeah, so having people just focus on you're not disempowered. You have a lot of say and a lot of power with following your path and making a difference in your everyday life as you go.
Yeah, that's an incredible point.
Yeah. So I want to get this in there. We all want to know where we can buy your products.
Oh, right. So we have our products in a Whole Foods store in Rochester, Michigan. And we also have a website that's being worked on right now. We have a new one coming soon. I'm super excited about it. So we're kind of having all of our traffic go through Etsy. And there we're under Enchanted Skincare. And then we have this very cool little metaphysical store in California called Cult of Gemini that carries our products as well.
That is awesome. Awesome. Yay. Well, you heard it, guys. Get to the website. They're working on it, but you got to save the website, bookmark it right now. It's enchantedskincare.com, and go look up Enchanted Skincare on Etsy as well. That's a great place to find things. And also, I'll be sharing the links and the information for all of that once more on Facebook and Twitter again, so you'll all know where to find it. And also, Felicia, I wanted to see if you could give us some info on where people might be able to contact you for a reading or a shamanic healing.
Sure. So I have right now a page on Facebook, and it's called Felicia Armstrong, Intuitive Practitioner, and working on a website for myself as well. But you are more than welcome to contact me through the Facebook page, and I take appointments through there. And I also work out of a healing center in West Bloomfield. It's absolutely incredible, with a group of highly gifted readers and intuitives. And my mentor is the one who created it, and it's called Sacred Balance, and I book appointments through there as well.
Wonderful. And everybody, I will also be sharing the link to Felicia's Facebook page so that you can all like it and you can message her there to get yourself a reading or a healing. And she does now offer these readings and healings via Skype as well. So even if you're not local to the Michigan or Detroit area, you can still get a session with Felicia, and she is wonderful. So I highly suggest it.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yes. So now I would like to open up the phone lines to receive some calls from our audience. So guys, you can call in at 240-979-4111. That's 240-979-4111. You can call in with any questions or thoughts that you have on our discussion today, or you can request, very exciting, a fairy reading with Felicia and I. So while we are just opening up the phone lines and waiting for a caller to come through, we will begin by doing a general fairy reading just for everybody who is listening. And I was wondering, maybe Felicia, if you could just start and give us anything that you've got. This will be fun.
Sure. So I love that you've kind of been talking about what everyone's going through politically and how charged people have been. I mean, you see it kind of all over social media. And it's disheartening for me because it's one of those things where, people get really stuck in what they feel, and I understand it, but I feel like from what I keep getting from the earth and from the elemental realm is they really want us to kind of get back in tune with ourselves and our inner truth rather than what we're seeing through media and what we're hearing from other people. And if we could do that and, come at it from a place of love, it will kind of shift completely what's going on and help to just bring awareness and a much better climate for all concerned to what we're going through at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. I think that that's such an incredible message, and it's so very, very important for us. We need to lighten our vibration at this time.
Yes.
I really believe, because it's there. We are a collective, and so we are sensitive to what's going on at a collective, at the collective level out there in the world. If there's a lot of fear that's being shared, a lot of us can feel it. It feels like a little heavy cloud. And I've heard things like that there's more bullying and there's violence that's up, and you never know how much you can exactly verify these statistics, but I wouldn't be surprised, simply because, again, the stress levels have been up lately with everything that's going on. So with that, I decided to actually pull a couple of cards from a fairy oracle card deck, just to add on to the beautiful messages. Yes. I'm working with the Healing with the Fairies oracle card decks by Doreen Virtue. And the first card I pulled for us today is the Beauty card. And the message I get from the Beauty card is that beauty is the recognition of the presence of God, of spirit. So when we see, for example, a beautiful sunrise or sunset, or we look at the stars, probably anywhere in the world, no matter what culture or language you speak, no matter what time period you lived in, you recognize that as beauty, and you go into a state of awe. And it's like you're touching God. There's a part of you that's reminded of your source, of where we come from when we connect with beauty. So to raise our vibration during this time, which again is so very important, let's bring more beauty into our world. Find a way that you feel called to connect with beauty. The next card that I pulled, and I love these cards because they just give such sweet and simple guidance. The next card is the Kindness card. And the Kindness card tells us that every time, there's fear that is shared out there, and worry, that is floating around in the human, collective, you have the power to counteract it by sending love, by sending kindness out into the world. And I'm hearing the fairies tell us we can just envision it, imagine it, focus on it, or we can act. We can go out and be kind and loving to another person. We can just connect in a way that brings more of that love into the world, and that will be so incredibly helpful. The final card that I pulled over here, I'm just going to turn it over and see what we have, is the Body Movement card. And I think that this is actually such an amazing message. You've got to love law of attraction when it comes to picking these things.
Yes.
Because body movement is such a way of releasing stress. It's such an amazing way of releasing negativity and clearing yourself so that you feel good. And I find too that body movement, especially when done out in nature, taking a walk, going dance outside under the moon, do whatever you want. It's going to connect you with planet Earth, and it's going to clear you and get you into what we were talking about before, that sense of the true reality that is out there. Good. It looks like we have a caller. So caller, thank you so much. You are on the air. If you could go ahead and just tell us your name and where you're calling from today.
Hi, it's Nick Bryce, calling from Kalamazoo currently right now.
Hi, Nick. Thank you so much for calling today. Do you have any questions or thoughts for either of us?
Well, I was just sent a message by CeeLo, and he said call if I wanted to get a reading from you, Sarah. It's good to hear from you.
Yes, it's great to hear from you too.
Yeah, it's Nick Bryce, but
all right. Well,
cool.
I will.
You guys are giving readings?
Yes, we are doing fairy readings. So I will go ahead and pull just a couple cards for you, and then Felicia can chime in as well and see what other messages you might have. So the first card that I pulled for you is the Problem Resolved card. And once again, we're still working with those Healing with the Fairies cards. So this tells us that if there's been any turbulence going on in your life, or anything where you've had a lot of stuff to figure out and work with, the problem is resolved, or your ship is about to come in, is the feeling that I'm getting. The second card for you is the Higher Consciousness card, saying that the route to getting to your problem resolved, to your solution at the end of this, comes through inspired ideas, divinely inspired ideas that you are getting. And another message that I'm hearing out of that too is by connecting with like-minded people who seem to be on a similar path. And I'm hearing the fairies give us a little message saying you can tell whose energy you align with the most and whose maybe you don't, by the way that you feel around them, because it feels as if, Nick, you've got a really strong intuitive energy within you as well. So that's really wonderful. And then I'm just going to pull our final card here. And this is so interesting. They were just talking about relationships with other people, and I pulled the romantic partner card. So it looks as if this is something that seems to come of, I guess, sharpening your maybe boundaries or your focus as far as who you connect with and what you do and the energies you engage with, because it brings a romantic partnership closer to your life. So, Felicia, do you have anything to add to that?
I do. Hi, Nick. So when I first tuned into you, they immediately showed me you kind of standing in front of, it looked like an audience, almost like you're giving a presentation. And I heard, share your gifts. I heard, no self-doubt. It's time to do what you feel and really step into your own power. And it's a time of just empowerment for you on like a personal level, that you know what to do. You have the expertise, you have the skill, and to just really work on getting rid of self-doubt. And they're saying very much you're very capable and you're able to do this. I'm also seeing very much that everything is there for you. Like the universe has placed everything in front of you, and it's kind of just waiting for you to stand up and grab it. You just have to work a little bit on the self-doubt and kind of coming into yourself, and things will really start moving fast and flowing for you.
Wow, that's such a cool life purpose themed message. Any thoughts or questions on that, Nick? I don't know if he can still hear us. We might have had a little bit of a technical difficulty with that, but that's okay. So
he's
Nick,
speechless. No,
yes. He got his message, and I think that was so beautiful because it linked us right back to our theme when we were talking earlier about people getting on their paths. And it looks as if we have another caller just waiting to get on. So caller, you are now on the air. Thank you so much for calling in. If you could just introduce yourself with your name and where you're calling from for today.
Hello?
Hi, you are on the air. Thank you for calling in. What is your name?
My name is Rocco. I wasn't sure I was on the air because no one said anything.
Yeah, we're testing out actually a new way of receiving our callers. So there might be a few little tech bugs, but thank you so much, Rocco, for calling in. Do you have any questions for Felicia or I for today?
Well, I would like to get one of those fairy readings and see what develops there. All
right. Well, I guess I will go ahead and start this one as well. I am just going to pull, I'm feeling guided towards 3 cards for today. And this one I'm going to pick from a different fairy deck that I have. I'm also working with the Magical Messages from the Fairies deck by Doreen Virtue. And the first card that I pulled for you today is the Your Desire is Within Reach card. Your desire is within reach. And I'm feeling a sense that you're being called to connect. Again, I'm getting a similar message as before for our other calls.
I was too.
I love the way there's these themes that you're being called towards like-minded people, and that even if you feel like, okay, I've dealt with some struggles, or there's been some blockades up on my path trying to make some progress in the things that I've been doing, I'm really hearing that you're about to break through. They're saying that it's always darkest before the dawn can be true sometimes, and that in your case there is a miracle that's just about to come through, some kind of a breakthrough. which is actually really cool because I literally just turned over the next card, and it is the Your Wish is Granted card. I think it's just so amazing how these cards are telling us such a clear story. So it looks as if you are about to manifest something that you desire. And it's interesting because specifically I'm feeling a little windfall in the area of abundance, of material support, opportunities, could be finances and things like that. The final card I pulled for you is the Emotional Healing card, saying that once you kind of get through any of these, as we said before, blockades or barriers that you've been dealing with, and you start to see the manifestation of your desires and your goals coming true, because again, it feels like it's right around the corner, there is emotional healing involved. It feels as if you're able to breathe a sigh of relief, and there's this sense of just being so beautifully supported in the world again. And the last little message that I'm hearing the fairies give on that too is they're saying, why wait for the emotional healing to happen after you get the results? Love yourself and be relaxed and have faith and be joyful and celebrate. I love when the fairies tell us to play and celebrate, because that will attract your desire to you very, very quickly as well. Any other guidance from Felicia?
Sure. Hello. So I am getting very strongly, I keep hearing the word teacher, and I'm being told that you have a message that you are a teacher and you have things that you need to say or some way that you need to show up in the world where you are kind of mentoring others or helping others move forward, even in like a management position, but that's part of what your path is. And I heard also to keep your head up, that you're very skilled. And again, it's kind of like that self-doubt theme. Just don't doubt your capabilities. I just keep seeing that you can run things. You can take a handle on them, and you can do this. And I also got something with, I keep seeing the ability for you to have like a big change in your life. And I kept hearing, if you're feeling like you're ready to make this change, do it. You never have to stay in anything that doesn't serve you. You can shift and you can really step into what your real desires are. And I feel like you have an idea of what they are, and now is the time to open up to that.
Wow, that's awesome. Any other questions or thoughts on that, Rocco?
No, just you, Sarah, and Felicia are on point about everything.
Yay!
No more than I do. Well, I mean, everything is really accurate in what's going on, and continues to go on. And if it wasn't for the fairies, I wouldn't have gotten in contact with Sarah Hall, because one night I was like, I wonder if there's any meditations with fairies, and I went on YouTube, and that's where I met Sarah. I was like, oh,
that's incredible!
And so I started doing your meditations.
That's awesome! I'm so glad
and then if you go down the line, it's Doreen Virtue that's actually the one responsible, because she's the one that I saw a book. I was like, wow, there are fairies. And I read the fairy book, the 101, and just talking to them when I lose my keys or whatever. Where's my keys? Guys, come on. I'm recycling. You should help me out.
That's wonderful.
That's amazing. I'm so glad you're on a path getting connected to them. And I just so believe that people are brought together in the right places at the right time and under the circumstances necessary for us to receive the support and the guidance that we need. So I'm just thankful that you're here, that you were guided to this, and that we all got to connect.
Yeah, it's great talking to you both, especially Sarah, because she's the one that I'm just fell in love with all these meditations and put them on my iPod, and it's like, wow, and like spreading the word to other people, and some people didn't react, and some people are like, oh wow, this lady's awesome. Like, meditating her all day.
That's wonderful.
Oh,
all right,
that's
well,
wonderful. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Oh, he's so nice. That made my heart just sing.
Good.
Yay. So it looks like, we had a caller, but it looks as if we might have, the call might have dropped. So that's okay. Because it looks as if we're going into just the last 2 or 3 minutes or so. So in that last amount of time, actually, I thought it would be fun to just maybe end with one last fairy card for everybody. And I'm going to go ahead and see what we get for today. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. This is from the Magical Messages from the Fairies deck as well, the other deck I was working with, and it's the Flower Power card.
That's great.
And I think that it's so great because we've been talking about natural skincare products today and botanicals. And this card, literally, it says right in it to spend more time with flower essences because these things are incredibly healing.
They are.
And the deep message that I'm getting out of this today, I'm just getting this incredible sense of energy, almost like I'm being lifted up by this fountain of energy right beneath me by the fairies. And they're saying this stuff really does work. Connect in with the medicines of the earth because these things affect you on all levels of your being, mind, body, and spirit.
Yes.
And I'm
That's
hearing
incredible.
them underline spirit because you connect with these things and your spirit opens, it sensitizes, and you can receive so much. So yeah. Any other thoughts or closing fairy messages from you, Felicia?
I just love that you said that. I mean, flowers and plants, they not only affect us on a physiological level, but they really have energy in them, and everything has energy. So if you look at it in that way and understand that when you're using plants or flowers, herbs, whatever it is, that you're also, imbuing yourself with the different energies that you have, or that the plants have. I mean, it really creates like such a full experience. And I'm so thankful for the plants for offering themselves to us in that way and allowing us to use them to help ourselves and to nourish ourselves.
Yes. Wow. That's amazing. It's all about lifting up our vibration right now too, remember, and connecting with these beautiful plants and the spirits connected to them. It does.
Yes.
It uplifts our vibration, and that's just what we need.
Exactly. And there are spirits connected to all of the plants, and they have messages to share, just like they're the elementals, and they want to speak and to help us. They're all here for us, for our moving forward and our growth and expansion.
Yes. So get outside and start communicating with the plant spirits, and get your enchanted apothecary because that will help too. And and also it just smells so good. It feels like a spa in my bathroom when I use it. It's so great. So thank you so much, Felicia. We are now coming to the end of our show for today, and I wanted to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for tuning in. You can join us again next month on Thursday, November 17th at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Our show topic will be how to care for your spiritual sensitivity, a discussion on how lifestyle and dietary changes can aid those of us who are sensitive to psychic spiritual energies. We talked a little bit about that today too, so it's a perfect little intro. And I want to thank our wonderful guest Felicia Armstrong for sharing her wisdom and guidance with us today. Thank you so much, Felicia.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be a part of your incredible show. Thank you so much.
Yay, we'll have to have you back real soon. This was great.
I love it.
So once again, you can order Felicia's incredible Enchanted Apothecary skincare products by visiting her Etsy shop at Enchanted Skincare. Do save enchantedskincare.com as well, because that website will be up soon. And once again, I'll also be sharing that link on Facebook and Twitter for all of you. And you can contact Felicia for a reading that you can have either in person if you're in Michigan or via Skype by liking her Facebook page, Felicia Armstrong Intuitive Practitioner. I will be sharing her page with all of you on my Facebook and Twitter as well, so you'll know where to find it. You can find me on Facebook by visiting facebook.com/SarahHall1111. That's SarahHall1111. My Twitter page where I can be found at Seraphim444. That's SERRAPHIM444. Or on my YouTube channel, where you will find free guided meditations and bi-monthly angel readings coinciding with the new and full moon. You can contact me via my website at www.seraphim.com. That's SERRAPHIM.com if you'd like a reading or healing session with me. If you would like to listen to this show on rebroadcast, it will be airing each Thursday at 12:30 p.m. on Project Bring Me to Life Radio until our next live show on November 17th. So tune in at projectbringmetolife.com/radio. You can also download the podcast of this show on iTunes by searching Through the Eyes of the Angels. And it's also featured on the app for Android users, Stitcher. That's Stitcher, Stitcher. And lastly, you can always find this show on Spreaker.com. That's Spreaker.com, where you can search Project Bring Me to Life Radio or Through the Eyes of the Angels. And of course, I'll be sharing all of those links with you on Facebook and Twitter as well, so you'll have all the information. And for more fantastic spiritual talk radio, music, art, podcasts, events, and so much more, visit www.projectbringmetolife.com. Thank you so much again for tuning in today. It was absolutely wonderful to connect with all of you, and know as always, until we meet again, that you are so loved and so very blessed. Bye!
to the end of the line. We all wander, floating in time. Sisters, brothers, sharing one mind. Long lost lovers dying to find any glimpse of light at the end of the line. Every time we get angry and start blaming, enter heartache. What we say, we start hurting. I want to be worthy. It's unnerving. We all wander, floating in time. Sisters, brothers, sharing one mind. Long lost lovers dying to find any glimpse of light at the end of the line. Any glimpse of light at the end of the line. Any glimpse of light at the end of the line. Sharing gifts of light at the end of the line. Take me into your garden, plant my soul deep into the dirt. Show me
is good work. So in the side song. Now that it's over, we pray to the moonlight, and then we flow. Fading lights and bleeding hearts the same.
I believe we are a species with amnesia. I think we have forgotten our roots and our origins. I think we are quite lost in many live in a society that invests huge amounts of money and vast quantities of energy in ensuring that we all stay lost. society that invests in creating unconsciousness, which invests in keeping people asleep.
vibrational energy, thoughts, words, ideas, and music affect the molecular structure of water. Please remember that water comprises over 70% of the mature human body and covers the same amount on our planet. Water is the very source of all life. This photo shows the beautifully formed geometric design.
What I believe is that water can differentiate between a harmonious vibration and a non-harmonious vibration. And as it does that result manifests in the design of the crystal being beautiful or not.
So love increases water's energy
I have made my case, but then again there isn't anything I wouldn't do to get it through you. Who bought my station and who sold my tapes? Who lets these assholes on the airwaves?
about what they see and feel and know is happening to our world. Something so beautiful and so freeing happens.
If we make it through the stage of the fool and see distant days, my daughters and sons see all life as one. But until that day, let's sing love, 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 love.
listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
All my troubles fall asleep. One wakes up as the other one leaves, and they shake their hands and say to me, everything goes eventually. And I know it goes on like it should, but it's hard to let go just when it's good. When all my love gets turned around, haunted by the ghost of a hollow sound. It goes la 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 la. And they stick together for the company, but good things only come in three. All my troubles, they've gone down. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and your feet fall hard when they hit the ground, haunted by the ghost of a hollow sound. It goes la 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 la. too many thoughts at the end of a long, long day. Someone says give in and you say okay. Every night you turn with your hands, you pray that a light goes on to show you the way. All my troubles fall asleep. One wakes up and the other one leaves, and they shake their hand and say to me, everything goes eventually. It goes la 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 la. It goes la 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 la. It goes la 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 la. It goes la 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 la
waking up to what we came here to do. And that's find the light, reach the light, touch the light, and shine it. Shine on, shine on, shine on, shine on. There's a light in the distance, and the sound of beating drums. There's a light in the distance, and the sound of beating drums. We all grab hands and we thirsty. We run to the river and we drop to our knees and we drink of the joy of life and we pass it on. Yes, we pass it on. Yes, we pass it on and on and on and on. What we came here for, that's what we came here to do. That's what we came here for. What we came here to do. That's what we came here for. What we came here to do. That's what we came here for. What we came here to do. Find the light, reach the light, touch the light, and shine it, and shine on, shine on, shine on, shine on.
The ordinary, everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. And because of this, it leaves out things that are terribly important. It leaves out things that would, if we did know them, allay our anxieties and fears and horrors. And if we could extend our awareness, you see, to include those things that we leave out, we would have a deep interior peace. Because we would all know the one thing that you mustn't know, you know, according to the rules of our particular social game. The one thing you mustn't know, that's really not allowed, that is the lowdown on life. And the lowdown, on the one hand, means the real dirt on things. But the lowdown is also what is profound, what is mysterious, what is in the depths. And there's something left out. And our everyday consciousness screens this out. Everyday consciousness screens this out. And our everyday consciousness screens this out. Now, the world is like that. Our sense organs are selective. They pick out certain things. They're receptive. For example, we have a small band of what we might call a spectrum of light, of sound, of tactile sensation, and so on, to which the human organism is sensitive. But we know that outside that small band, there is a huge range of vibrations to which we have built instruments that are sensitive. Things like cosmic rays, ultraviolet rays, gamma rays, hard X-rays, and so on. They're all outside the band of our spectrum. And obviously, there are things that are outside the range of our instruments. We may build new instruments someday which will evoke, bring into our consciousness other orders of vibration altogether. But yet, as yet, we don't know about them. So you could imagine, you see, the universe is a vast, vast system of vibrations and has infinite possibilities.
Lessons life has shown about attachments and their wage. This love I know, it is a love that I have grown, not a simple fairy tale lifted from a page. Let me be, begging you, baby, please let me be, to let my love flow naturally. It ain't love, it ain't free. Let me be, begging you, baby, please let me be, to let my love flow naturally. Love isn't always how you think it should be. Let me be, a little meditation to clear my mind and open my heart. And in this way, I fulfill my dedication to play and sing on instruments and to fill the world with art. Let me be, begging you, baby, please let me be. Yes, let my love flow naturally. My love flow naturally. Love isn't always how you think it should be. Let me be, begging you, baby, let me be. Let my love flow naturally. 'Cause it ain't love if it ain't free. I'm begging you, baby, please let me be. Let my love flow naturally. Love isn't always how you think it should be.
When the day is done, hold me close. Promises are ours to keep. All the clouds would disappear.
I look at my own reflection when used to be a stranger. Know who I am now. I know that there's nothing greater. My sense of self slowly faded. Identity is just made up. Faithless and all alone. We struggle, but we're the makers of our own reality. Identity in the world. They are all just beliefs. Thoughts that we have learned. We are void of thoughts in these beliefs. I am. All my life I've been deceived. Thinking that I'm my ego, I'm the essence that perceives. My ego's a part of me, a tool I used to be. I'm the master of my ego, don't need it to be at peace. Fulfilled all of its needs, like a slave with no reward. I'm its master and creator, I'll make it work for us both. While I sit back and enjoy symphony of life. Life is beautiful if you could just be without a fight. 'Cause even paradise is hell to those under the ego's right.
When the day is done, hold me close. Promises are ours to keep. All the clouds would disappear.
It's funny because Nirvana's a little bit schizophrenic. My ego is not me, but it serves a purpose. I live with it, I embrace it. Perfected just like my body, I'm boundless just like a swami. It finally dawned on me, but my boundless nature lives within my physical temple. I don't need it to exist, but it's a beautiful memento of infinity's divinity. The rest within us all, what once was a robot, can awaken to a god. If you live the moment and be it, accept it and evolve. I am independent of all of my thoughts. I struggle deep in the dark, chasing things for the sake of it. I am, but my mind resisted, evaded, and didn't want to let go of the delusion I called me. Kept on meditating till the witness to it all breathed. I am the witness, infinity itself, delusional to all till divinity is felt.
When the day is done, hold me close. Promises are ours to keep. All the clouds would disappear. Who can say where the road will go as the world goes round and round? Wipe away your tears, baby. I am home.
Each individual possesses a unique frequency. Combining together, these frequencies resonate, creating the collective conscious mind, the unifying force connecting us in this space-time web.
Dewdrop on a leaf, gravity beneath, universe in the sky is on my mind. Distant ray of
illuminates the cosmic guidance, spreading witness to the mysteries of the plant, animal, and mushroom kingdom on this planet. They interact like artificial circuits programmed by your circuits with computers that are innocent. I mention I'm a wizard. All of this is magic. Your space is laughing into atoms as they manifest. Some are born to a sensible life, and some are born to the end of the night. I am the infinite spectrum of life, and we still getting reckless tonight. This is the conquest of galactic streams of consciousness, trying to build a village out of it. Find the rhythm that we spawning in, and ride the river back to cosmic play. If we forget that it's all the gift.
Horizon goes on and on. The children have begun to question where they come from. Eyes of wonder.
Every single night we go back to the infinite, treated with the love and kindness care of an infant. Do you remember it, making this agreement to explore all the worlds and the reasons, rock and roll roller coasters of emotions, to experience a dream of separation, trials, tribulations, love and amazement. Here we are holding hands in creation, from the stars and the laws of attraction, morphogenic feel making it all happen. Wonder if I coming together for the most high, riding the ride of you and I in the verse, so feeling alive and like there's no rehearsal. We're the spiritual bubble car vehicles, making love in a million different metaphors, turning over every rock, planet, mineral, reading stories, searching for a common moral. Immortal, born by nature, and always with Creator. I will be back to you, my love. To you, my love. And though this time seems gone, I know it won't be long. Watching over in a distant tone, and in the moan, I'll be coming home with open palms to feel your warmth. Face place and feel you in this space. Oh my love, my love. Oh my love, my love.
My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. May the spells be lifted, the gifts be delivered. All who hear your voice become uplifted. May the shift be swift and the arrows specific, pointed at north stars for the love of the mystic, resting on shores on the side of Pacific. Breach like whales, like veils that are thinning. The one win is when we all are winning. And this exists, it is not distant. It is not distant. It is not distant. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. It is not distant. The signposts on the road, this journey that we've been on, the love that's held us in the pain that's surfaced. Keep that north star, stay on purpose. Put our work in and it's all worth it. After storms come rainbows, faith renewed in the dawn. Broken hearts turn to states of calm. Invited on the best ride, I'll meet you on the other side. In a field beyond right and wrong, where harmony is our song, unity is our call. We are strong, we are strong. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. Serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. Oh, it is not distant.
She said she's ready for new mistakes, and that you gave her all you gave her, yeah. I've been singing every day, anticipate to this earth. As she cries from the belly of the beast within, and we're gonna listen to this earth, and we won't wait for a better day. So mercy to those sycophants, forgiveness to these elephants in my room, and I'm done calling you out. May you forget you're the gentler with me. Hey. Now she's making new mistakes, and you teach her, all you teach her, yeah. I've been singing every day, anticipating all the ways you tell us to listen to this earth. As she cries in the belly of the beast we've created, and we're gonna listen to this earth, and we won't wait for a better day. No, it shrieked as it came out. It shrieked as it came out. It shrieked as it came out. So mercy to those sycophants, forgiveness to these elephants in my room, and I'm done calling you out.
Namah Parvati Pate Hara Hara Mahadev Yavarana Chandaki Jai Pavan Putra Vrindavan Bihari Lal Ki Jai Mata Purna Jai Nita Maya Ganga Maya Baba Vishwanath Ki Jai Namah Parvati Pate.
How do I express what I feel like? New world, new view, I reveal life. Quite nice if I say so myself. Breathe every breath, now my view is beyond sight. So intense thus far. Growth is immense in the life of a star. All hard as an offer of you. Many do include, but my dreams are a you. My dreams are a you. My dreams are a you. I dream for the truth. And it's so on time in this life of mine. I feel so sublime. I know I shine cause my soul's aligned. I don't press rewind. I keep the flow going deep. Water steep, potion green, all too sweet. Ocean, me closer, she open. Till I know myself, not selfish. I just know what helps. Not possessive or repose on shelf. Unmolested, so perfected in health. Indeed, so clean, you and me. We new speed, supersede everything free. It's just what it does, and this is what we call love. This is what we call love. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. Who'd have known it was like that? Full-fledged new page on the right track. When you wanna bite first, but you bite back. Heart so open, matured with a mind that, yeah, it's a blessing indeed. Live from a force that makes living unique. Nothing to force, passion increase. No point to sleep when we live in our dreams. It's alright, in her eyes I reside. It's called life, in her heart I recline. It's all tight, all in the rain or the ride. She shine bright, it's our life, and we live it up. No conditions, just make it a loving cup. Recondition what we thought was. This is what we call love. This is what we call love. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it.
come to me in this whole big life of fun we're leading. Watch me grow. Sprout, sprout now. On my own. Sprout, sprout now. Growing out, watch me sprout. Lost now, found, and heaven bound. I figured out what it's about. Is feeling that fun where it begun. Stay high, good vibes. We are vibrating, making relationships truly groundbreaking. Seems intimidating, but it's yours for the taking. Once you get your feet wet, I bet it's amazing. Ha ha ha. Open heart blazing. Once you get your feet wet, I bet it's amazing. Watch me grow. Watch me grow. Sprout, sprout now.
In a land far away under the galaxies, where the men let their beards fall, where they stop fighting gravity. Oh, the wild and the freaky shaking off your fear. Sweet beats for the wicked. If you feel the sound, then come. Let's dance to the beat of a different drum. We dance to the beat of a different drum. We dance to the beat of a different drum. It echoes through the fire in that land where the river runs. We dance to the beat of a different drum. In that land far away upon that mountaintop, where the kids don't need iPhones, where sticks and stones can't break their bonds. An angel never hurt them. They know who they are and where they stand. And the neo-tribal people ain't afraid to dance.
Forging a new path till we find each other. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. My name is Wayne Dyer, and I'm 72 years old, and I have sex almost every day. Almost on Monday, almost on Tuesday, almost... Anyway. That was Jack LaLanne's opening for 20 years until he was 94 years old. So I borrowed it from him. My mother passed away 2 days ago. And I didn't, she was 96 years old and in a coma the last few days of her life. But it's an interesting passage. I thought it would be, I remember my introduction to a different kind of psychology was brought to me by a man named Abraham Maslow back in 1962. And I was fortunate enough to be able to study with Dr. Maslow, and he really introduced me to a different way of looking at how to help people and how to improve the quality of our own lives. It was a turning point for me, and one of the things he spoke about were these people that he calls self-actualizing people, which, if you remember Maslow's pyramid and the hierarchy, and you go from your basic needs to the very top of the pyramid. The very top of the pyramid is something called self-actualization. And he described self-actualizing people. One of the flaws of self-actualizing people is that they get over death almost as if it didn't happen. They have an awareness within them that nothing dies, that everything that materializes, of course, changes form. But there is something. My teacher in India, his name was Swami Muktananda. Many of you have read, and he was asked the question, "What is real, Master? What is real?" And Muktananda said, "That is real, which never changes. Everything else is illusion." So I've been looking at, I've been thinking about Muktananda and thinking about Dr. Maslow, who passed away on the 7th of June, 1970. And that was the same day that I was walking across the stage in Detroit at Cobo Hall, receiving my PhD in almost the same hour. It was as if he had said to me, "I've explained this whole idea of self-actualization to the academic world. Now you explain it to the cab drivers and the school teachers and the nurses and the yoga students and everyone else." This whole idea that there is a higher place where each of us can reach right here while we're here. And I've been thinking about all of this since my mom left. And there's pictures of my mom all over my apartment on Maui. I have pictures of her on the wall when she was 10 years old in 1926. And another picture of her reading a poem that she wrote when she was 12 years old in 1928 about the election that year. Any of you remember the election that year? 1928. Smith or Hoover? Who will it be? Both are running for the presidency. Smith is the thin one. Hoover's the fat. My, such an uproar. Where are we at? That was my mom at 12. And I have pictures of my mother at 30. And I have a picture of her sitting on my lap on her 75th birthday. And I look at that pictures and I say, which one of them is my mother? Was she that 10-year-old? According to Muktananda, that is real, which never changes. And all of us are here in bodies that we believe is who we are. We're totally convinced of it. I was in a 21-year-old body, and I can't find any part of it anywhere on the planet. But while I was in it, I was absolutely convinced that this is who I am. And then I moved into another body, and another body, and another body. And the same is true for each and every one of us here, that there is some part of us that is infinite, that is the soul, that is the spirit. It makes no difference what you call it. Many of you know that I wrote a book about 7 years ago after living the Tao Te Ching for a full year. It's called Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life. And I took each of the 81 verses of the Tao Te Ching, and I took a full year. I began on January the 1st, 2005, and I read verse 1. And I would take 4.5 days, 4 days to contemplate it, think about it, meditate on it, try to understand it. And then in the half day that I had, I would look at a painting of Lao Tzu from 2,500 years ago. And someone had channeled this painting and sent it to me from my radio show. And I don't do any writing now without him looking at it. And I just sort of gaze at this drawing that this person imagined Lao Tzu to be. And it speaks to me. And I would write an essay. The Tao Te Ching, some call it the wisest book ever written. Someone once sent me a copy of a book called Jesus and Lao Tzu. And on the left-hand side of the page were all the sayings of Lao Tzu. And on the right-hand side of the page were all the sayings of Jesus that mirrored what Lao Tzu had said 500 years before his birth. Now, I'm not saying Jesus was plagiarizing, but I am saying there are eternal truths. And these eternal truths come to me directly out of the Tao. And I did this for each of the 81 verses of the Tao. And the opening line of the Tao Te Ching says, the Tao that can be named is not the Tao. As soon as you try to define this invisibleness that is within each and every one of us, that keeps occupying these new bodies all the time, while the body continues to change, who we are is infinite. So I wrote a few words out about what I think of as the soul. Let me just share them with you. The ideal of the soul, this part of you that is never changing, this part of you that is infinite. And that word infinite is a very important word to think about because it's the opposite of finite. Finite means something begins and ends. If it didn't end any place or didn't begin any place, we wouldn't be able to call it finite. We would say it is always continuing. The minute that it stops, the minute we have a form to it, the minute we place anything on it that is associated with this physical, corporeal world that we all live in, It moves from the infinite to the finite. So to try to define that which is infinite with a brain or a mind that is finite is an impossibility. Lao Tzu knew this and understood this. It's why meditation is such an important part of the process of coming to our highest self, coming to know who we are. It's the place where there are no beginnings. Herman Melville once said that God's one and only voice is silence. Is silence. It's the one place where there's nothing finite there. And Blaise Pascal, the famous French philosopher and scientist, once said that all of man's troubles stem from his inability to sit quietly in a room alone. But most of us just aren't comfortable with this because we have come to believe and trust in the evidence for who we are is on the basis of that which we can touch and see and feel and smell, what our five senses tell us. But our five senses lie to us. William Blake pointed that out beautifully in one of his poems back in 1777. He said, to see the world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower, to hold eternity in the palm of your hand, and infinity in an hour, we are all led to believe a lie. When we see with, not through the eye, which was born in a night, to perish in a night, while the soul slept in beams of light. We are all infinite beings in a temporary human experience. I've said it over and over again. Whenever people ask me what's my very favorite quote, my very favorite observation, it came from Pierre Teilhard, the French priest who was excommunicated from the Catholic Church for his outrageous ideas. He said that we're not here as human beings having a spiritual experience. It's the other way around. We are all infinite spiritual beings having a temporary human experience. And coming to a place where we live our lives from that infinite place and beginning to know our soul, it's one of the reasons why I accepted an invitation to come here. I do yoga myself 5-6 times a week. I know the significance of it for me in my own body and my own health, my own life, my own emotional state. I know that when I meditate, I'm better. I know that when I do yoga, I'm healed. And so I came. So getting to know the soul, the spirit, and not identifying ourselves on the basis of our physical senses. It's the essence of my newest book, which is a PBS special called Wishes Fulfilled. It's the whole message behind all of it, is to really come up with a specific way to come in contact with this infinite part of ourselves. Now remember, if it's infinite, it doesn't stop any place. It doesn't start any place. That's by definition infinite. So if something doesn't start and doesn't stop, what is it doing? It has to be expanding, doesn't it? The minute it stops expanding, it's finite. We're no longer talking about the soul. We're talking about what Blake said, we see with, not through our eyes. So here's what I jotted down. The ideal of the soul, the thing that it asks for, is neither knowledge, nor light, nor happiness. The ideal of the soul is space. immensity. The one thing it needs more than anything else is to be free to expand and to reach out and to embrace the infinite. Yeah, the ideal of the soul is infinity because that's what the soul is. It is miserable when it is circumscribed or restricted in any way. Now, I have 8 children, 6 beautiful daughters and 2 sons. And one of the things that I know, I used to say that before I had children, I had 8 theories about how to raise children. And now I have 8 children and no theories. All right? But one of the things I know about children is that no one likes being told what to do. And this isn't just children, this is all of us. One of my favorite songs is a song from when I was back in high school. Oh, give me land, lots of land, and the starry skies above. Boy, you know it. Don't fence me in. Don't restrict me. Don't put boundaries on me. Don't tell me what I can do and what I can't do. Don't tell me how to be there. Don't tell me what to wear, what to think. Don't tell me how to do yoga. Don't tell me, I don't want to be told. This is the soul speaking, always. The soul is constantly having a desire to expand and grow. And anything or anyone that comes into your life that attempts to do that, you will find yourself fighting it and reaching back. Particularly will you find this in your yoga practice. Yoga, the word yoga means what? Union. Union with what? Your highest self. Union with God. This is what the highest self is. It's the part of you, the place within you that is not worshiping God. That's what religion has brought to us and taught us, that God is outside of us. It's the part and the place within you that knows that at your highest level, you are God. Each and every one of us. And when you are connected to the highest place within yourself, when you are connected to the God that you are, you have all the powers of the creative source of the universe. You become the Tao. The Tao becomes you. So, yoga, or union, is really a way of becoming a manifester. Now, in order to become a manifester, someone who was able to attract and place into their lives what they place their attention on, there are certain, we saw a lot about something called The Secret not too long ago on all the newspapers and magazines and on the news and always. And I was asked to be a part of that and stayed away from it for different reasons. Because for me, manifesting is not about attracting what you want. Manifesting is an awareness and an understanding that you attract what you are. I have been studying in depth something called the I Am Discourses. And I'll share just a little bit about it here. But one of my very favorite quotes, this is from Unveiled Mysteries, says, "The attitude of one person who wishes to work in conscious cooperation with the ascended host, with God, should not be, I wish I could go to them for instruction and pray to God or the source, that from which we all originated. T.S. Eliot said, we shall not cease from exploration. But at the end of all of our exploring, will be to return to the place from which we originated and to know it for the first time. Now, the poet was speaking about dying, leaving the body. I'm not. I think we can come to know that place from which we originated and live from it. And then the words that Jesus spoke to us in the book of John, that even the least among you can do all that I have done and even greater things. It was Jesus who said, when he was about to be stoned for blasphemy, and he said, "Why would you stone me?" And they said, "You blaspheme. You claim to be God. You are a man." And he said, "Is it not written in your laws that I have said, you are gods, all of you?" The infinite place within you that needs to expand and wants to grow, that which we call your life. I mean, when my mother died, she was down to about 85 pounds. But if they were to weigh her the second before she died, and then weigh her the second after, her body weighed exactly the same. And yet, she was no longer alive. So her life, that what we call her life, is weightless. It's formless. It has no beginning. It has no end. You can't weigh it. How can you weigh that which has no form? So your life, the thing that we call your life, is God. That's what you are. That's what every single one of us are. So here's what Saint Germain said. The attitude of one who wishes to work in conscious cooperation with the ascended host should not be, "I wish I could go to them for instruction," but rather, "I will so purify, discipline, and perfect myself and become such an expression of divine love and wisdom and power that I can assist in their work. Then I will automatically be drawn to them." If you want to attract into your life what it is that you feel is missing, then what you have to do is to become like these great ascended masters. I honestly feel that I spent the first 10 years of my life in a series of foster homes and orphanages. My father walked out on his family and left my mother with 3 boys under the age of 4 when she was 23 years old. And so I had a great blessing in those earliest years of my life to be able to go within and discover something that I came here to teach, which is self-reliance. To learn how to rely upon ourselves. And I honestly feel that I'm right now writing on a book. It was very hard for me to leave Maui and get on that plane and fly to Sacramento and take a car up here and all of that. Not because I don't think it's beautiful here, but I'm where I belong anyway, so I stopped fighting all of that stuff anyway. But it was because I'm in the midst of writing. And I'm writing a book called I Can See Clearly Now. And it's sort of like a memoir, except that it's a look at all of the what seemed like just isolated events that showed up in my life, which led me to the next step, which led me to the next, which have arrived here in 2012 at the age of 72. And as I write this, and I've written almost 50,000 words in the last 6 weeks, it's almost like an obsession, because it isn't me writing. It is me as writing. It is something that is... Lao Tzu said, "None of you are doing anything." He said, "You're all just being done." You ever have a sense of that when you look in the mirror? And you look at your body and you say, "What the hell is going on here?" I said, "What's this chicken neck stuff? Where the hell did that come from? What am I doing with hair growing out of my ears?" And I said, "That doesn't need it. I could use it up here, but it's..." And you have a sense that in this physical world, that there's nothing for you to do. Just keep this thing that houses your soul in as healthy a space as you can, but basically it's doing what it's doing. And you, inside of there, the infinite you, is just an observer to the whole process. And isn't that one of the things that we learn in our very first yoga days? It's just, don't be so attached to your body and what it can do and how it hurts to try to do that, and can I balance myself here, and can I do a downward up or down or whatever the hell they call all of those things that are out there. I just do Bikram, so it's... So there's a sense of this awareness. So because of the time, I mean, I usually take 3 or 4 hours, or sometimes 3 or 4 days to go through this, and I'm trying to do this in a brief amount of time. The reason that most of us cannot reach this exalted state that I want to present to you in the limited time that we have is because we have come to believe in our limitations. We've come to believe in our ordinariness. We've come to believe that who we are is not God, is not divine. All right? So in order to transcend that mentality, you have to sort of reprogram your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is the mind that is doing virtually everything that you do. It's the mind that got you here into this room, that put your mat down, that got you dressed this morning, that get your breakfast. When you get in the car, you don't think about, how do I start this thing, and how do I got to make a right turn here. Do I slow down? Do I not? You all programmed your conscious mind, programmed your subconscious mind to do all of these things on automatic. And according to my friend Bruce Lipton, about 96 or 97% of what we do all day long, every day of our lives, 24/7, is done by our subconscious mind. So we have been programmed to believe in our ordinariness. I don't know if you saw my most recent PBS special, but I opened it up with a little story from Portia Nelson, so I'll just share it here with you if you haven't seen it. If you have PBS, you probably have, because that's about all they play. And I'm very proud of that, and we've raised close to $250 million for public television. So, since 1999, it's been amazing. So this was something that Portia Nelson, who I knew, who passed away a few years back, 10 years back now. She lived up in Seattle. And she was at a seminar, and they were asked to write the autobiography of their life in five verses, 5 chapters. So, and they gave them only like cards this size. Actually, they were smaller than this. They were 3 by 5 cards. So write out chapter 1 of your life and just go to where you are today. And I remember doing this very same thing, but what she wrote was so brilliant that I asked her daughter if we could put it on public television, which I did on the most recent show, and we made a contribution to Portia's work. So this is what she wrote down in the chapter 5 of her life. Chapter 1, she said, I walk down the street. There's a deep hole in the sidewalk. I fall in. I'm lost. I'm helpless. It isn't my fault, and it takes forever to find a way out. Chapter 2 of my life. I walk down the same street. There's a deep hole in the sidewalk. I pretend I don't see it. I fall in again. I can't believe I'm in the same place. It isn't my fault. It still takes a long time for me to get out. Chapter 3 of my life. I walk down the same street. There's a deep hole in the sidewalk. I see it there. I still fall in. It's a habit. But my eyes are open. I know where I am, and it is my own fault, and I get out immediately. Chapter 4 of my life. I walk down the same street. There's a deep hole in the sidewalk. I walk around it. Chapter 5 of my life. Finally, I walk down another street. Isn't that great? So in the time I have left, I want to talk to you about walking down another street. And this other street is a street in which you have an awareness that not only do you have a physical body, but you have come to believe that this physical body is who you are, and that you have locked yourself into these five senses and decided that whatever evidence they provide for you is how you identify and define your reality. By what I see, by what I hear, by what I smell, by what my life looks like, by how much money I have, by the stuff that I possess. And this is the world of the ego, and this is the world of the false self, according to my teacher, Nisargadatta Maharaj in India, who passed away in 1986. The false self is the ego. The ego is the part of us that has come to believe that who I am is defined by these six things. Who I am is what I have. And so we spend a big hunk of our life attempting to get as much stuff as we possibly can. The Tao teaches something very different. Let go of everything you have. When I moved to Maui in 2005 full-time, I gave up everything that I owned. Everything. 20,000 books, all of my photographs, records of every description, furniture, all the things in the house, all my clothing, shoes. It was all donated to people who lived underneath a bypass in Florida. And let go of all of it. So the ego teaches us you are what you have. The Tao teaches us let go of everything that you have. Do less and accomplish more. One of Lao Tzu's most famous observations was, I do nothing and leave nothing undone. My son has taken to becoming a spiritual Taoist. Every time I tell him to do something, he says, I do nothing. And I leave nothing undone. But there's much wisdom in that. I could go on into that. The second thing that the ego teaches us is that who I am is not only what I have, but who I am is what I do, what I accomplish. And so we spend a big hunk of our lives believing that the way that we become, quote, successful, happy, fulfilled, self-actualized, whatever it might be, is on the basis of what I accomplish, what my resume looks like, how many promotions I get. And so we send our children off to school and we ask them to learn to identify themselves on how much they get and what they accomplish. Your grades become more important than what it is that you are studying. What you own, what clothes you wear, what labels you have, and so on. And we become obsessed with this kind of absurdity. And this is the false self at work. The third thing that the ego teaches us is that I am what other people think of me. I am my reputation. So becoming obsessed with our reviews, what people think of us, other people's opinions, getting the approval of others. We talk about peer group approval needs and so on. I have 8 children that aren't concerned about those things. They were never raised with that kind of a mentality. The whole idea of, trying to please other people was something that they consistently heard from their mother and myself, that this isn't important to us. We're not attached to that. And this kind of an attachment. So the Tao teaches us that what you think of me is none of my business. What the ego teaches us is that what you think of me is the most important thing that I have, and so I'll do whatever it is that I need to do in order to get you to agree with me, to like me, to approve of me, and so on. The fourth thing that the ego teaches us, this false self, is that who I am is separate from everyone else. And so we are raised in this world of the false self, which teaches us that we have to be in competition with everyone else. We have to defeat someone else. Being number one is the most important thing, and you see people doing this all the time at football games and at bat, and you'll see it when the Olympics come up, that the gold medal is more important than anything else, and you'll see people weeping and sobbing over this idea that I have to be better than somebody else in order to be fulfilled in my life. The fifth thing that the ego teaches us is that I am separate not only from everybody else, but that I am separate from what's missing in my life. The Tao teaches us that there is no place that God is not. If there is no place that God is not, then God must be in you. And if there is no place that God is not, then God must also be in all that I perceive to be missing from my life. And therefore, in order to become a manifester and to attract into my life what I want, I simply have to realign myself. I have to rejoin. I have to yoga myself to God. And the most egregious error of the ego is a belief system that says that who I am is separate from God, that God is something outside of me. We have not been raised to understand and believe that at our basic core, what Lao Tzu called our original nature, what we are is love. And all we have to do is be that and live that. There was a great Indian poet. His name was Rabindranath Tagore. And he received the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1913 for a collection of poetry called the Gitanjali. And in that poem, that long poem, 90-some verses, one of those verses says this. He's speaking of the ego. He said, I went out alone on my way to my tryst. But who is this me in the dark? I step aside to avoid his presence, but I escape him not. He makes the dust rise from the earth with his swagger. He adds his loud voice to every word I utter. He is my own little self, my Lord. He knows no shame, but I am ashamed to come to thy door in his company. That's a great poet. And that's a great piece of truth. That in order to get to this place, I speak about, that Maslow spoke to me about and trained me to think about, called self-actualization, is that we have to stop evaluating who we are on the basis of those ego identifiers and instead begin to see ourselves as divine love, as pieces of God. The Native Americans used to say that no tree has branches so foolish as to fight among themselves. And look at us. Look at what happened just down the road from here in Colorado a few days ago. What is it about us that we have to create instruments of death in order to feel good about ourselves? What is it about us that we have to destroy each other and be in competition with each other and even create things called weapons? It's why Lao Tzu left the place where he left in ancient China at the time of the Warring States. And a big part of the Tao, something like 31 verses out of the 81 verses, speak to the absurdity of having weapons and killing each other. He said that every death in battle should not be celebrated, but should be mourned, because it gives evidence that we have not reached this place and understand what T.S. Eliot was speaking, this place from which we originated, this place to which we shall return. From A Course in Miracles, I jotted this down the other day. The memory of God comes to the quiet mind. It cannot come where there is conflict. A mind at war with itself remembers not eternal gentleness. What you remember is a part of you, for you must be as God created you. Let all this madness be undone for you, and return in peace to the remembrance of God, still shining in your quiet mind. Coming to know God, it's not about discovering something that resides outside of you. It's about remembering what's inside of you and living from that place. I don't believe that God is interested in us loving God. I believe God is interested in us loving each other and figuring out a way to do this regardless. And it's why I pray so hard for the idea that we will have people, especially in this election year, who will stand up and have the balls to say, it's time to stop making these weapons of mass destruction. And they are weapons of mass destruction. The idea that somehow in our Second Amendment we are entitled to have weapons that kill 100 people a minute. How far is that going to go? Now they're talking in Syria about using chemical weapons on their own people. Does the Second Amendment provide for us, to all of us, if we want to use chemical weapons to protect ourselves? I mean, how far does this absurdity go? Anyway, that's my rant. I'll get off of that. The way to this higher place within ourselves is understanding two very important words. These words are the basis for a children's book that I've just done called I Am, Why Two Little Words Mean So Much. Any moms right here in the front? You a mom? Here, would you like to have this for your baby? You're welcome. God bless you. Namaste. So, let me just take you back for a few moments here. Back before Lao Tzu. Now, Lao Tzu was here on this planet at the time of the Warring States in China in 500 BC, approximately the same time that the Bhagavad Gita was also being created in India, the Song of the Lord. 800 years, 8 centuries before that, 1,300 years before the birth of Christ, comes one of the most ancient, if not the most ancient spiritual texts extant on the planet today. It's called the Torah, the first 5 books of the Old Testament. In the second book of the Torah, Exodus, Moses is, well, you know the story of Moses, but if you don't, let me refresh you. At the time of Moses' birth, the Pharaoh, who had held so many of the Israelites captive and enslaved, had ordered that all male babies to be born from Israelite mothers, because he had heard that there was someone coming that could be a danger to his power. He ordered that all male babies be executed. Well, Moses' mother gave birth, and she just couldn't stand the idea of this baby being killed by the soldiers. So she wrapped him up in a blanket and put him in a basket, must have been waterproof, and floated him down the Nile. Moses, this little baby, was discovered by a woman who captured him, picked him up, and fell so in love with him that she decided to raise him as her own. It turns out that this was the daughter of the Pharaoh. So Moses' grandfather is the Pharaoh who has ordered him to be killed, but he doesn't know this. At about the age of 18, Moses gets into a fight, and with one of the people, one of the soldiers, who is trying to actually punish and kill one of the Israelites. And so Moses fights him and kills him and has to run away because he knows what his punishment will be. He runs away to the Sinai, and for the next 40 years, he is a shepherd. He marries a woman named Zipporah. They have all of these children. He's a shepherd. He's out wandering about, according to this ancient text. One day, he comes across a bush, a burning bush. But the bush is not being consumed. It is just continuing to burn. And he looks at this, and suddenly the bush begins to speak. And as legend tells us, this is God speaking to Moses and saying to Moses, I have some instructions for you. I'll give it to you the way it is written. I just love this. So God calls out to Moses from this bush and says, Moses, Moses. And Moses responds with the words, here I am. These are the first words he speaks to God. Do not come closer, he said. Take your sandals off your feet, for the place where you are standing is holy ground. Then he continues, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Moses hid his face because he was afraid to look at God. So God gives him this instruction. You are to go and free the people of Israel. So Moses says to God, who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and that I should bring the Israelites out of Egypt? He answered, I will certainly be with you, and this will be the sign to you that I have sent you. When you bring the people out of Egypt, you will all worship God at this mountain. Then Moses asked God, if I go to the Israelites and say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? What shall I tell them? Now, the only place in all the spiritual texts where God gives his name is right here in this passage. Same name that you have. God replies to Moses, I am that I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you. God also said to Moses, say this to the Israelites, Yahweh, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, and this is my name forever. This is how I am to be remembered in every generation to come, which is our generation. All right? So, the name of God is I am, that I am. Now, every time you use the name I am, you are using the name of God. How do you use this name? Do you say, I am sick? Many of you know that I have been diagnosed with leukemia. And I generally start out my talks by saying, I am well. I am perfect health. I am that. I am. That is my affirmation. That is how I live. That is how I breathe. That is how I believe. Now, in the book of Joel, there's a line that says, let the weak man say, I am strong. Now, what I want, one of the things that I want to leave you with here in the time that I have with you today is for you to become conscious of how you use this term, I am. I have a CD, along with my friend James Twyman, that is, what they did with this is, it comes from the Moses Code, which is a book I encourage you to look at, by James Twyman. And what they did is they took the sound in Hebrew of the letters that mean I am that I am. Supposedly this is what God said to Moses. And they have associated the sound with what those letters meant back 1,300 years before the birth of Christ, or 3,300 years ago, and come up with the sound. The sound is a meditation that I do every day. And what I recommend that you do, you want this, don't you? Oh, you have it? Oh, you have it. Great. All right, you got it. So what I encourage you to do in terms of manifesting, before I get into the principles, is to take out a piece of paper sometime when you're at home, and it sounds like a silly thing to do, but I want you to do it. And I want you to write at the top of that page the word that, T-H-A-T, that. Okay? And under that heading, whatever it is that you would like to attract or manifest into your life, I would like you to just write that down. All right? So if it's a job that you want, if it's a relationship that you want, if it's a healing that you want, if it's abundance that you want to attract into your life, whatever it is, just place it underneath that. And come to a place in your life where it is spoken about in the book of Romans, in the New Testament. He calls those things which do not exist as though they did. You must be able to get to this place in your life where you don't use the evidence of your senses, what your eyes tell you, what your ears tell you, what your stomach tells you, what you see written down, what the internet tells you. You want to be able to be in a place where you are living from the end as if what you would like to manifest is already there. To make a future dream, a present fact, you must assume the feeling of that wish as already being fulfilled. And the sounds that you will hear on track 2 and 3 of this meditation are the exact sounds of what those words were spoken back there 3,300 years ago. All I can say to you is that so many incredible miracles have manifested into my life since I began practicing this meditation. Who did I promise this to? Somebody? Yeah, there. Okay, stand up. Come on up. This is a gift to you. There you are. Enjoy it. God bless you. Yeah. So, this arrived in my home about a year before I started writing Wishes Fulfilled. And it's called the I Am Discourses. The I Am Discourses are, I think, one of the great spiritual texts on the planet today. You can pick it up, especially Volume 3. It's published by the Saint Germain Press. Saint Germain is, I believe, because I'm a student of Yogananda, and Sri Yukteswar, his teacher, who was born on the same day I was in only 1855 instead of 1940, like me. And they speak about this saint that is capable, who always keeps a young body. His name is Babaji. How many have heard the name Babaji? Yeah, this is an audience. I don't have to ask that. Saint Germain is Babaji, in my opinion. This is someone who shows up in a young body. And when you read Ascended Masters Training, The Unveiled Mysteries, The Magic Presence, and the I Am Discourses, which I have read all of them and studied them before I actually channeled Wishes Fulfilled. But let me just share with you just something here at the very beginning of it. This I can do without glasses. Life, in all its activities, everywhere manifest, is God in action. Remember what I said earlier. The life in your body is weightless, and it is God. It is what you originated from. It is what you will return to. It is where my mom is right now. And it is only through lack of the understanding of applied thought and feeling that mankind is constantly interrupting the pure flow of that perfect essence of life, which would, without interference, naturally express its perfection everywhere. Saint Germain has come to me. I feel as if I have spoken to him. And one of the things that I know from Saint Germain, from Babaji, is that it's only 1 in a million people who spend any amount of their time giving thanks to the I Am presence that is your very essence, your being. Not giving thanks for all of the bounty that you have in your life and for your health and for all of the nice things, but to be in a state of gratitude for the awareness that who you are is this divine essence, this divine being. And when I do the meditation, one of the things that I say is I am in a state of continuous gratitude for the I am presence that speaks through my mouth and through my body and through my writing and so on. It's staying in constant contact with the awareness that there is something divine that is what I am. And every time I use this word, I am. The natural tendency of life is love, peace, beauty, harmony, and opulence. This, by the way, is what Lao Tzu said as well. For life cares not who uses it, but is constantly surging to pour more of its perfection into manifestation, always with that lifting process which is ever inherent within itself. I am is the activity of that life. How strange it is that students with sincere interest do not seem to get the true meaning of those two words. When you say and feel, I am, you release the spring of eternal, everlasting life to flow on its way unmolested. In other words, you open wide the door of its natural flow. When you say, I am not, you shut the door in the face of this mighty energy. I often tell my audiences, God didn't say when Moses asked, what is your name and who shall I say sent me? He didn't say, my name is I hope things work out for you. He said, my name is I am that I am. That meaning, when he says I am that, that was Nisargadatta's great autobiography, or biography, and a book that I have studied for 30 years now. And he was known as the I am guru in India. And these two words, I am, have so much power within them. I am is the full activity of God. Having placed before you so often the truth of God in action, I wish you to understand its first expression in individualization, in you. All right? The first expression of every individual everywhere in the universe, either spoken word, silent thought, or feeling, is I am. Recognizing its own conquering divinity. The student, endeavoring to understand and apply these mighty yet simple laws, must stand guard more strictly over his thoughts and expression in word or otherwise. For every time you say, I am not, I cannot, I have not, you are, whether knowingly or unknowingly, throttling that great presence within you. So, could God say, I am depressed? Could God say, I am sad? Could God say, I am unhappy? I am miserable? Not possible. And every time you say that, you blaspheme. Because when you use the words I am, you are in union, you are in yoga with God. So when I do my yoga practice, and there's certain of these postures and asanas that I have a little more difficulty with others, especially balancing ones and so on. Before I start the asana, my inner meditation is, I am well balanced. I am perfect balance. I can do this. I am perfect balance. And as I do this, I begin to see that I am speaking to this body. And what is this body? It is nothing more than something temporary that is always changing, so it's not even real. Now, there's a book that I brought here with me. And if you don't buy anything here, and I don't care if you do, I didn't even bring them. Somebody else brought them. So, but there's a book here that I would really love you to read. And if you haven't read it, I was blessed to be able to give this to my mom to read about 6 months before she passed on. And it just brought a sense of peace to her. The book is called Dying to Be Me. My Journey from Cancer to Near Death to True Healing by Anita Moorjani. I wrote the foreword to this book. Mira, this love of mine right here with the glasses on, who just did a past life regression, with me that's in Wishes Fulfilled, which completely turned my life around in so many ways, brought something off the internet to me about this woman. She was wheeled into a hospital in 2005. Her weight was down to about 82 pounds. She had lymphoma throughout her entire body. She had tumors the size of lemons, over 24 of them, throughout her entire body. She was in a coma. She had tubes coming out of her and wires and so on. And her husband was there, and her mother was there, and they were there to just say her last rites. This was to be her last night on earth after 5 years of the steady growth of lymphoma. While in this coma, she had what is called an NDE, a near-death experience. And in this near-death experience, she came into contact first with her father, who had passed away 10 years before, and then she had an opportunity to have a vision about what her life could be. And she saw her medical records there, which indicated that she was to die tonight. And she also saw them change right before her eyes, where she had no cancer. No one in the history of the world, as far as we know, has ever been at this end stage of cancer and ever survived. That's how far she was gone. If you saw the pictures of her that I have seen when she was in that state, you wouldn't think that anyone could possibly survive that. She was told that she could go back into her body and she would be healed, and she was to teach the lessons that she taught here, or she could go on. And she did not want to get it back into her body. It was just a wasted mass of flesh and bones. But for some reason, she went back in at her father's persuasion. 5 days after coming out, she opened her eyes, and everyone was in shock. 5 days after that, they were trying to find... 5 days after she came out of the coma, 60% of her cancer had gone into remission. 4 weeks after she came out, she was totally out of the hospital completely. Today she lectures. She was on my public television special. Many of you may have seen it. And she's an angel on this earth. And what she learned in this near-death experience was that all we have to do is treasure our own magnificence and recognize that God is not something out there that is within us. There's nothing for us to do. There's no job for you to do. You don't have to win. You don't have to be anybody. Who in this room has cancer? Somebody does. Where? Anyone? Where are you? Come on up. I'd like to give this to you. Have you read this? Well, I'd like to give this to you as a gift. What is your name? Kelly. This is going to change your life. I'd like you to say the words, I am well.
I am well.
I am perfect health.
I am perfect health.
God bless you. Namaste. They have them in the back. It's a must-read, especially if you have anybody who is in the position that my mom has been in for the last year or two, and or even has any kind of illness at all. Or as when I talked to Reed about publishing this book, I said, the potential audience for this is anyone who is ever going to die or knows anybody that is. And it's one of the most freeing, peaceful experiences to know that you're not here to accomplish anything. You're not here to be better than anybody else. You're not here to win. All you have to do is just love yourself. I mean, truly love how magnificent you are. And that's what I meant when Saint Germain spoke to me and said, it's all you have to do is spend 15 minutes being in a state of appreciation for the I Am presence that you are. Now, one of the things that the I Am discourse has taught that I was having trouble with this whole idea of manifesting is written on page 318. And I'd like to give this to you as we get ready to close. The student should constantly look within his human self and see what habits or creations are there that need to be plucked out and disposed of. For only by refusing to any longer allow habits of judging, condemning, and criticizing to exist can he be free. Are you hearing this? The true activity of the student is only to perfect his own world, and he cannot do it as long as he sees imperfection in the world of any of God's children. That includes the person who opened fire in Aurora. That includes Osama bin Laden. That includes Adolf Hitler. Any judgments that we have of judgment, criticism, and condemnation. And I wanted to manifest something so bad for such a long period of time, but the person that was involved in it, I kept having this sense of judgment toward this person. And it wasn't until I was able to say, I accept you for what you are. It's what led me to my father's grave in 1974. And I stood there after being sent there by a series of just absolutely impossible coincidences. I stood there on his grave after being filled with rage and hatred and anger and bitterness towards this man who would walk out on my mother and her 3 young boys. I was the youngest. And I finally found out about his death, that he had been dead 10 years, but I went to his grave in 1974 on August the 30th. And as I walked away from his grave, because I really went there to piss on his grave, I was so just filled with rage. And as I walked back to the rent-a-car, something called me back, and I went and stood there looking at this plate on the ground that said Melvin Lyle Dyer, 1914 to 1964. And something came over me. In fact, we've made a film about it, another film called My Greatest Teacher. And I was able to say to my father, from this moment on, I send you love. Who am I to judge you and condemn you? You did what you knew how to do, given the conditions of your life. And I accept you for it. Mark Twain once said that forgiveness is the fragrance that the violet sheds on the heel that has crushed it. On the heel that has crushed it. Enjoy it. My greatest teacher. Who was my greatest teacher? After that, my entire life changed. I stopped drinking. I started exercising. My writing shifted. I went back to New York. I was professor at St. John's University in New York City. I took 2 weeks to go down to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, checked into the Spindrift Motel, and wrote a book called Your Erroneous Zones in 14 days. 14 days. Today, there's close to 100 million copies in 47 languages around the world. It's And everything in my life after that shifted. My diet changed, my habits changed, everything turned around because I got the rage out of me. Because in order to attract the elements that are going to bring you the ability to manifest into your life what you want, remember how I opened this program. We do not manifest what we want. That comes from a place of missing. We manifest what we are. The angels who will guide you throughout your life will only be there for you when they recognize themselves in you. And they cannot recognize themselves in you and guide you when you are filled with hatred, anger, judgment, condemnation, bitterness, fear, anxiety, stress. You have to let all of that go and be love. Be in this place of perfect divine love. Love for everything and everyone on our planet. That's self-actualization at work. And the principles for bringing this about into your life are the last 5 chapters of Wishes Fulfilled. But basically, what it says is, the greatest gift that you've ever been given is the gift of your imagination. Your imagination is yours to be able to do anything you want with. You can place any thought in there with the awareness of I am. There's a very famous poem about that moment of Moses speaking to God. It says, earth's crammed with heaven, and every burning bush afire with God. And those who truly know take off their sandals, while the rest sit round it and pick blackberries. It's your call. It's your call. So your imagination is the greatest gift that you've been given. And you can put anything in there. No one can tell you what can be there or what can't be there. Einstein said imagination is greater than knowledge. And he said if you want your children to have a great imagination, read them fairy tales. If you want them to be even smarter, read them more fairy tales. That's why I've written 5 children's books with that very idea in mind. The second thing is that you have to learn to live from the end. Whatever you have placed into your imagination, you have to act as if it already were your reality, independent of what anything or anyone else says. When I was told that I had this diagnosis of leukemia, I can't tell you how many people sent me condolence letters and sent me information about this disease and how it was incurable, and unfortunately this. And fortunately, I was given by my children a wonderful gift. It's called an iPad. And it's got this wonderful feature in it. It's called Delete. And then there's another feature of it. It's called Trash, which is really great. I'd like to have a button like that on me at any time, so that anytime anybody brings any information to you, you just push the trash button. It even makes a little sound. It goes, whoop, hit delete, and it's gone. I had this little scar that you see right here on the right side of my face. There was a skin cancer thing there, and I was going to the dermatologist, and they were going to cut this thing out. And I had a woman stop me, and she said, that's really bad. I said, what? It's just a little red mark here, and they're going to just cut it out, and it'll be fine. She said, no. She said, my girlfriend's husband, he had that. They had to cut his penis off. I said, just got a little red mark on my chin, and I couldn't possibly. Trash, right? You want to be very careful, because there's always people out there who are willing to send you messages about how terrible something is going to be. The third of these principles is the principle of, I call it, assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. You must be able to feel it, because every time that you feel something within your body, you give a instruction to your subconscious mind. And your subconscious mind is the part of you where you do all of your living. You want to redo your subconscious mind. Now, I jotted down for the last principle. I have 5 minutes left. And it's This is from the book of Job. Now, tonight, I'm going to give you guys such a gift. Tonight, and every night for the rest of your life, I want you to take the last 5 minutes before you go off to sleep and realize that you are about to program your subconscious mind. All right? Your subconscious mind is most at home when you are unconscious, when you are asleep. If you spend the last 5 minutes of your day, which so many people do, reviewing all of the things that you don't like and all the things that didn't work out and how terrible you feel and who abused you and who was mean to you and who said this and they did this, and you're constantly doing this kind of thing with your mind, then you are programming your subconscious mind that when you awaken, because you're now about to marinate for the next 8 hours in your subconscious mind. And then when you awaken, you will rejoin the universal subconscious mind, the mind of God, from which we all originate. We're all just individualized personal expressions of that one thing that we call the Tao, or God, or divine mind, or soul, or spirit. But the Tao that can be named is not the Tao. So you want to be real careful about how you program your subconscious mind. This is from the book of Job. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls upon men while slumbering on their beds, then he opens the ears of men and seals their instruction. Job 33, 15 and 16. When you are slumbering on your bed, he opens your ears and seals your instruction. What you place into your subconscious mind as you are about to go into this deep slumber is all dependent upon what you do the last 3 or 4 or 5 minutes before you go off to sleep. You want to place into your imagination whatever you have placed into the I am that I spoke about earlier. I am well. I am content. I am peaceful. I am happy. I am prosperous. I am abundant. I am God. I am God. I am God. Because at the basic core, each and every one of us are just that. Okay, so we just have a couple of minutes left. I want to do just like if you'll just close your eyes and just listen to this meditation. It's from the book 3 Magic Words. Here's what I'd like you to say to yourself at night. I know that I am pure spirit, that I always have been, and that I always will be. There is inside me a place of confidence and quietness and security where all things are known and understood. This is the universal mind, God, of which I am a part, and which responds to me as I ask of it. This universal mind knows the answer to all of my problems. And even now, the answers are speeding their way to me. I needn't struggle for them. I needn't worry or strive for them. When the time comes, the answers will be there. I give my problems to the great mind of God. I let go of them, confident that the correct answers will return to me when they are needed. Through the great law of attraction, everything in life that I need for my work and fulfillment will come to me. It is not necessary that I strain about this. Only believe. For in the strength of my belief, my faith will make it so. I see the hand of divine intelligence all about me, in the flower, the tree, the brook, the meadow. I know that the intelligence that created all these things is in me and around me, and that I can call upon it for my slightest need. I know that my body is a manifestation of pure spirit, and that spirit is perfect. Therefore, my body is perfect also. I enjoy life, for each day brings a constant demonstration of the power and wonder of the universe and myself. I am confident, I am serene, I am sure. No matter what obstacle or undesirable circumstance crosses my path, I refuse to accept it, for it is nothing but illusion. There can be no obstacle or undesirable circumstance to the mind of God, which is in me, around me, and serves me now. This is the great lesson. Know this within you. When Herman Melville was writing Moby Dick, he wasn't writing about a man looking for a whale. He was writing about a man, Ahab, trying to find his higher self. He said these words, "For as this appalling ocean surrounds the verdant land, so in the soul of man lies one insular Tahiti, full of peace and joy, but encompassed by all of the horrors of the half-lived life." In every moment of your life as you leave here today, you have this choice. You can either be a host to God or a hostage to your ego. It's your call. Thank you. God bless you. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining me for this meditation. This meditation is designed to reconnect you with Mother Earth. So find a comfortable position. If you are sitting down, make sure you have a straight back. If you're lying down, your arms are by your side. You can either have the palms facing up or facing down. Begin to close your eyes. And as you close your eyes, become aware of your breathing. Begin to lengthen and deepen your breath, becoming aware of this air filling your lungs, feeling your chest rising. And when you breathe out, noticing your lungs tighten and your chest falling. As you're doing this, your body, your mind, the energy all around you is becoming more relaxed, more calm, making it easier to focus. Listen to the bugs, any birds you might be hearing, all the crickets. Just allowing yourself to connect with the noises that all these living things on this earth are creating, making a natural and organic symphony of life. It is especially important to connect with Mother Earth during these times, during the times of trials and tribulations where life is difficult. And by connecting with Mother Earth, it helps us transmute those difficulties, those barriers, those obstacles. By connecting with Mother Earth, we are reestablishing a sense of grounding, a sense of purpose, a sense of caring nourishment, where we are provided for, and we have everything we need. Visualize yourself as a tree. This may seem silly, and if it does, just humor me for a moment. If you were a tree, what would you look like? How tall would you be? How would your branches sprout out from the trunk? Become mindful of the roots. Become mindful of your roots. Feel them twisting and going deeper into the earth. You may feel a breeze blowing by. You can notice the way that you twist, the way that you swing back and forth in the breeze. I'm going to allow you a few moments to either continue your experience as a tree, or you can do something else. Just be mindful of your breath. Be mindful of the noises of all the living creatures around you. Whenever you are ready, begin to come back to your physical body. Wiggle your toes and wiggle your fingers. You may want to stretch. Thank you, and namaste. Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio, awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.